Good afternoon, gents. I hope, or ladies as well. We've got a couple here, I think. Hope everyone's well. It's Friday, the 15th of March. Just in case anybody doesn't know, I'm trading the S&P 500 futures market. So just in case we've got any new faces in. So Akitri, good afternoon. How you doing? When using code UKFT, this will always be automatically with correct. Yes, it will. Yes. If so, it's very easy to remember. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's UKFT in capital letters. I don't know whether it works the other way. I'm not too sure, but yeah. So good morning to you. So Indy, how you doing? Mark, good morning to you. H, how you doing? Exponential, good day to you, my friend. So we've just had quite a bit of a sell-off there, really. I just had to look and I thought, crikey, is the market? Hope you're well. I'm okay, mate. Thank you very much. I'm well. As you can see, I've got another PA gone live this morning. That evaluation, I was trading quite aggressively yesterday. I came back a little bit later and finished it off, and that passed as well. So I've got 6 on the go here. So something just froze there. Oh no, okay. Yeah, it's quite big. My lag's just up a little bit there. Let's just give that a minute. I think okay, market has just opened. Yeah. My lag's a bit high there. It's froze for a second, so let's just give it a second. Just keep an eye on your lag, folks. Mine's frozen at the moment. Let's see if this does it. Not as yet. I have got a something down here that's supposed to sort it out. It's froze at the moment. Let's have a look. Okay, we're moving again now. That lag's high at the moment. Now I'm guessing time sync. Let's see if that makes a difference. Okay, that seems to improve things. Right, just quickly, you may hear something in the background. You might hear some
order filled,
more buy and sell orders. But just take no notice. It's on a sim. That's all. And I'll tell you what I'm doing in a second. Just give me a second and I'll explain what I'm doing. Okay, there is a second entry short there, but in my opinion, I'm just sitting tight at the minute. I think that's likely to get stopped out by the looks of things. Maybe not, we'll see. Yeah. I was just browsing YouTube yesterday and I watched this video of these guys. You are lagging. Yeah. Just give it a minute, mate. It might just be because of the the volatility of the market. I don't know. Just give me a second. It's all right. I'm just trying a new strategy just on a sim that I was watching over the weekend, and it's the most simple strategy I've ever seen in my life. So I'll explain it in a bit. I'm just trying on a sim just to see how it works. Mister's coming back down. I think it may be. Sounds like mine. I started to get profitable when I stripped away everything I could. I'll explain what this strategy is in a second. You can do it as a separate strategy. The last thing I'm doing is getting rid of my strategy. It works too well. But this is a very simple strategy. It takes you 2 minutes to learn. So I'm just trying it on a sim for a month or two just to see how I get on with it. And then I'll explain. I'm just in a trade at the moment on it, and I'll explain what's happening here. We've got a leg down and a bearish bar there, but it's a bit sideways there. Could go up, could come down. I got no idea.
Order filled.
Okay, I just got out of that trade anyway for break even. I'll explain in a bit. Let's just have a look here. Leg up, leg down. What are we going to do here? Okay, we have got some news at 2 p.m. UK time, so just got to be a little bit careful. Where are we? We've got about 25 minutes. Okay, I'll bring it in quickly, this strategy. I'm just trying it out. You might have even seen it. You probably have, but it's based on the MACD. Let me just see what's going on here first. So we got a leg and a leg. I'll drag in quickly. So basically is what it is, as I was just browsing around YouTube yesterday, and what it excuse me a sec. Where you go? Where have you gone? There it is there. Where have you gone? That's it. Why isn't it popping up? Excuse me a second. Can't even see it. Okay, let me just sit tight a second. Might be, I think it's behind here. There it is. Let me just drag it out of the way a minute. What it basically is it's based on the MACD, and the theory is when it crosses over here, you short, and when it crosses back, you close the trade. When it crosses over there, you open a trade, and when it crosses again, you close a trade. That's basically it. So based on this, if we look up, if you'd have taken a short there when they crossed over and got out the short there, you'd have made a stack of points there. Here I got in there. When I started to see it coming back, I got out just before it crossed over. But that's the theory, really. It's supposed to be, well, they say it's effective, but I mean, if you look back there, if you opened a trade there, which would have been here, and sold it when it crossed over here, so it's more of a trending type strategy. So yeah, basically, sort of when it crosses, if it opens up when it's coming down, that's it. But I'll show you the video later that I found it on. I just thought I'd try it on a sim for a bit, just to see if it worked. Well, we certainly seem to be bearish. Let me just see if there's anything larger there. Actually, there could be. Oh yeah. Touch, 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 touch. That kind of makes sense. We're a bit too far away from the EMA at the moment. You took the failure, did you? That green bar. I'm just a bit cautious at the moment. I'm one payment away from two PAs hitting that target, so I'm just trying to be extra cautious there. I think that all fits in the one, I think. Hey Rodin, how you doing? How you doing? You'll sing a bar look better. Oh, that one there. Yeah, I did look at this area. At the time, I never had a larger channel, but in all fairness, I think it looks about right. It fits nice on the back. So maybe we get a break here. Let me have a look. We've pushed down, but we seem to be hitting the bottom here. So whether this is a channel and we've had a break and a new low, and we're just coming back and retesting this, but this almost looks like a bottom to me. Today, triple watching usually means weird volatility. Okie dokie. Okay, so we've got a break. I thought we may do so. Are we going to come down, or is this where we're sort of... I mean, there is a possibility, just... Maybe it's not just that. Maybe we've just got a channel down there or something. A leg up, leg out. It's hard to say at the moment, but if I'm not sure, I usually just stay out of things. Did I consider it? That one, I was looking at it, yeah. But it's just a bit too far from the EMA. Sometimes if I'm not too sure, I just look, are you taking pair? I certainly am, mate. I'm doing things like the, what's it, trader?
Order filled.
If you heard a buy order, just ignore it. It's just something I'm trying on a sim. Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. It has. It's paid for itself. And once it's paid for itself, you've technically trade on free money. So that should take the pressure off. Then I'll reduce it to one contract and then just trade it in the background. I'll just forget about it and let it grow. And if I can grow it up to maybe $5,000, I'll try to take $2,000 off every month. I like the idea of that. Then you've got money, you've got a sense of achievement, and you can put a little bit of it back in. So I think it makes perfect sense to me. Makes perfect sense. How many times have we got up and we got to payout level and we've blown accounts? I got $10,000 last year. I could have got an extra about an extra 6,000. We range it a little bit here. Let me have a look. It's certainly possible. You take $2,000 out. It is profit of 1,800 plus on that account. It happens after, it does not matter. Yeah, absolutely. That's the plan. Makes perfect sense to me. Take your payment, you've earned it. And then maybe what I'm going to probably do is add maybe 3 more to it. And then whenever I take a payment, I'll take it out and then I'll put the account on the back burner. Just trade it one contract nice and slowly and let it, once it's paid for itself, I'll happily let it just carry on and just build it slowly. And the target then, if I can hit that, if I can get that to $5,000 on that account that's already paid for itself, then I'll try and take a regular $2,000 or $1,500 or $1,000 every month out of that, and that's the plan. So what is going on here? This is sort of like a triple test on the bottom. Oh, it's not a triple test I'd consider buying, because it's just had one quick drop, and it's a fair old size drop, that is. What's the purpose of building slow? I'm trying to wrap my head around that. If we spend so much time being consistent and following the rules, why downsize? Well, the reason if I got that account to $2,600 and I took $2,000, effectively there's only $500 left. So you have to really downside. We don't have to, but it makes sense to downside to one contract, because I mean you lose $500, the account's gone. So I'd slowly build that one. Yeah, and then when that gets to say $2,000, then I'll put it back up to 2 contracts. And the aim then is to get it to $5,000. And if I can get it to $5,000, that's when I'll start to try and take a regular monthly payment. That's the plan anyway. Let me just have a look at this again. What have I done? I was thinking for the 25, build 1,500, then only take pay out at 30. Yeah, there's so many different ways of doing it. Do you know the bit that's put me off not taking a payment out of these accounts is these problems we have with Rhythmic. They concern me that I get these accounts. Now, when I first started, the plan was to get the account to $7,000, take a $2,000 payment, that will leave $5,000 in there. Trading 2 contracts, my risk would be an average of about 5%, which I think is okay trading, when you're trading high probability trades, because you're going to be losing less actual, as opposed to maybe a 50-50 win rate, but you're making 2, risking 1, something like that. But with all these problems with Rhythmic and hearing about people losing accounts, I don't want to spend a long time building a large amount of money for something to go wrong and lose the lot. If I've taken a $2,000 payment out of an account when it's hit $2,600, in my eyes, that account is now paid for itself and I'm trading free money. So then I'll happily risk that to get it up to 5,000, if that makes sense. If we had no issues or no problems whatsoever with Rhythmic, then I'd let it grow. But it does worry me about Rhythmic. Would be take forever with 2 contracts. Well, if I can do it consistently and start to build a bank balance, then I may go a little bit more. I mean, I tend to go for 2 points. So if you get 2 points and you're trading 4 contracts, that's $400. Theoretically, you've only got to win 5 trades, haven't you? I often go 5 trades without a loss, quite often. I've had 2 losses in a month. But until I can start to build some money and to get some money in my bank, until I don't mind taking the risk. And what I'll probably do then is maybe trade half of them at 4 contracts and half at 2 contracts. So, I'm open to try a few things, but I think it's important to get some money behind you. You know what I mean?
Order
It's all right, if you
filled.
can hear something there, don't worry about it. I'm just trying this strategy, that's all.
Order filled.
Let me have a look. This market doesn't want to slow down, does it? So that looks like a channel to me. This thing doesn't want to slow down, does it? Just keeping in mind that news, folks. It's in about 10 minutes. I keep forgetting about it, in all honesty. Even though I've got a great big, in fact, computer set a timer for 5 minutes. Oh, it's unplugged. That's helpful. Might move to Trade Zeller at some point. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing myself that. Someone mentioned yesterday about TraderSync. For some reason, I can never get my balances the same in TraderSync. I don't know why. Maybe it's me. It probably is me. But the more I look at TradeZeller, I kind of like it. We'll see. Right, okay, so we've had a channel. 2 pushes down to a new low, so I would suggest I'm going to close it off. In fact, I'm going to try that strategy after it's too much looking at it at the same time. I use TradeZeller because I look it looked the prettiest. Nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that. Well, it's part. It's got to be visually pleasing, isn't it? It's part of it. If it looks better, it's visually pleasing. It's everything. Absolutely. Why'd you buy a certain shirt or something like that? Because it looks good. Absolutely, it's got something to do with it for sure. It's that Asian guy. What's his name? Or is he Asian? Or Arabic guy? What's his name? He's the one that owns it. He's the prettiest streamer. I say you haven't seen my face yet, mate. Well, actually, you have. There's that one was from last summer or summer before last, I think, where I decided to have a go at a beard badly. Dear me. I see yesterday, well, I did mention it, I don't know if you heard, Sam, but Moo's using that Guardian Angel, and it's stopping him from blowing accounts at the moment. And I think Nutty is as well. I'm pretty sure Nutty is. And he's just qualified for $14,000 worth of payments. That profit of there when that picture was taken out, balancing a lot. I was out with some friends that night. Seeing he's struggling at the moment. He is, but he's using this that Guardian Angel. So I noticed when he right-clicked on him, it wouldn't give him the option to take a trade. So I think that hopefully might get him out. It does take some riskier trades, but I think that'll come with time. But a couple of days ago, he didn't take a trade all day, which I was very impressed with. But it's helping Nutty. He started using it, and now he's just had accounts cleared for $14,000, which is flipping great news. I hope to be behind him soon, but that's not a bad payment at all, that. I could live with that at the moment, that's for sure. There is a second entry short there, but it's congested to hell, so there's just nothing you can really do there. That thing might continue down. I don't know at the moment. I'm not sure. I don't know whether I like that channel. The only thing I like about it is we've got a couple of touches here, but then we've got a break and 2 pushes down to a new low. So as we've had those 2 pushes and such a big move, I wouldn't be thinking of going short just yet. And not only that, we've got that news coming up in a minute, which I keep suddenly forgetting about. GAT, that's the one, yeah. It's the one. I considered it. But I started to feel like I was there's some larger sell orders coming in. I am using this as well at the moment. This footprint chart, just to see if I can get anything out of it. GAT is a Guardian Angel Trader. What it does is it enables you to set certain trading parameters which you can't break the rules. So if you said today my trading hours were between A and B, you set that and you can't trade after you're trading, and you set it, you can't trade it till the following day. Well, by that time, you've calmed down and you can set it that if I take 2 losses, it automatically stops you from taking the trade. So there's probably loads more parameters as well, but if you do, what's the URL? I'm not too sure. Let me have a look. But it does stop you from taking trades. Find an investor. No, I don't want them. Is that it? I'm not sure if that's it or not. That might be it. Or is it? Guardian Angel. What's that gone? Or is it? No, I don't think it is. Hold on. Strength and scale of markets. No, maybe not. Just Google it, bud. But what it is, it's just a piece of software that you pay for and download. John, you use it, John. Oh, that's tempting. 2 legs up. Oh, very tempting. Oh, I don't know. I can bring myself to do it. No, I can't. No. It might be okay. I like the fact that it's 2 legs up, but it's a bit sideways here. And on the NQ, we've had a break and a new low. So it may, well, I thought it may trap shorts and push up there, but that's fine. I got no problem with leaving that. It's a bit sideways. You just don't know when it's going to push back up here. So for me, that was just a little bit risky. I like the fact that we've had 2 legs back. But on the NQ, we've had a break and a new low, and we're slowly, look like we're maybe slowly working up. So for me, a little bit risky. Devil on my shoulder. Oh, that's something else, is it? Ah, good point, mate. Yeah, right, good point. I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I may have jumped in there. Trouble is, when you're that focused on this little area, I tend to forget that, but Christ, that could have done me some damage there. I've got 2 accounts away from payment. You don't want to mess up now, do you? It won't be the first time I've done it, so let's just put the mouse out of the way so I can't touch it. See a lot. Yesterday I was ready to stop me from trading. Yeah, it does. See, the following day, John, you've calmed down, haven't you? So you're okay. It's just in the heat of the moment is the problem. So yeah, if you're having trouble with it, a couple of people said, "Oh, if you can't control yourself, then you shouldn't be trading." That's a load of crap. Everyone goes through that toughness. Some people find it harder than others because we're all different. But as far as I'm concerned, if it gets you out that habit, I think it's okay. Where are these add-ons listed? What add-on you on about there, bud? I am wondering because there is a website, something called Replicator. Not sure. You don't know about that thing I've just shown you, Sam, with a footprint, have you know? Okay, news approaching 1 minute, so just be careful if you're looking at a trade. I considered that one. It looks like it's working. My slight concern is at the moment we've had a break and two push it down to a new low and up a bit sideways. So for me, I'm just not sure what's going on at the moment. So I'm just sitting tight. So if you had taken that a tick below it, you'd have been out for 2 points. But a little bit dangerous. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, news is coming. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. It helps you get out of that habit. If you can't physically trade, those emotions should just start to die off because they're completely, you can't trade, so you just completely, there's nothing. Sometimes if there's nothing you can do, it bothers you less. Let's get rid of this in a minute. So a little bit of volatility there, but nothing major, I don't think. I'm still not a fan of what I'm seeing here. Well, maybe something like that. I'm not sure. I think it's more sideways than still starting to look a bit bearish to me. There is two legs up there. Well, that's come down nice, but it's still moving a bit too quick at the moment. Just give it a minute to settle down. I think, isn't Garden Angel about $350, I think. So it's not cheap, but you blow a few PA accounts, you've covered the price there, really. I mean, if you're paying $140, I mean, you blow three of them, it's cost you more than that, so... Okay, that news is done now. We are free for the rest of the day. What is going on here? I'm going to get rid of that now. So there's a little bit of sideways there. Sort of like it. I kind of liked it in a way. Two legs up and a bearish bar, which worked like it was supposed to. My slight concern, because of this channel I got there, there was a break and a new low. So it was just, I think it was up there, that bar, something like that. And for me, things like they were up. So it's no good for me, that, unfortunately. I just don't know how I feel about this channel. If you get these channels wrong, see, obviously it can affect how you trade. I did it the other day. I got suckered into a trap. I decided to adjust my trend channel so it looked like that we haven't had a break, and then I ended up getting stuck in the very thing that I'm pretty good at not getting stuck in now. So it's in fact, I would even tighten that to there and say we've had a break there and 2 pushes down to a new low. So it's another reason I wouldn't necessarily get into a short. Doesn't mean it ain't going to go down, but as we've had a channel and a break, market, as we know, tends to move in 2, so we've had 2 legs down to a measured move. And as we've come back there, if you can see that wick there is the same level as this and that one. So are we bottoming here? It's hard to say, but you can see there is a bit of support there, touch, and a couple there. So after this break, 2 pushes down, I'm a bit wary about going short into this. It's going down very slightly, but it's more sideways for me, so I'm just staying out of this at the moment. You could get stung. Market's very clever at screwing your life up. And wives sometimes. No, let's not categorise like that. Let's just call it women in general. I apologise if there's any women. Sometimes my mouth has a mind of its own. So if I've offended you there, so feel free to desubscribe and give me a bashing in the comments. What are we doing here? What are we doing? I'm looking on the footprint chart. There's still some strong selling. See, we almost look like we've got another little channel down here now on the NQ. Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? So maybe a bit of a correction here. Maybe something like that. It's just, I don't know, it's not quite steep enough for me. Yeah, I don't really like this. It's much nicer on the NQ. It's going, it is coming down, but I mean, if I stretch it like that, it looks better. But I mean, even if we've had an overshoot now, I think, or have we? It's hard to say because it looks, it's still fitting in the NQ. I mean, we could do that, but then we've got less touches. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. So let's leave it for a minute. Yeah, if you are struggling, I remember hearing about that Guardian Angel. I'm thinking, I wonder what Apex are going to feel about this because they make a chunk of their money on people blowing accounts. Now, all of a sudden, if there's a piece of software that stops it from happening, you know. So, whatever we've had here, I mean, there is a possibility. I mean, you may say that maybe the channel's like that and we've had a break and now we've had 1, 2 legs. So I don't know about this. I'm a bit on the fence. But I would tend to rather keep it quite tight. I changed it the other day and got caught out like a big sucker in a trap, a really obvious one. If you'd have changed your, but I kept my channel where it was. Where are you, Michael? Michael, where are you up here? Where are you, Michael? I think Michael's just messaged me. I think it's to do with that other strategy, isn't it? Yeah, I much prefer that chart, Michael. Yours is way more colourful. And I think I might move away from this white stuff as well. It hurts your eyes after a while. Yeah, I'll message you later, Michael, and just, I think, by the looks of things, you've got very similar, similar to what I'm looking at with that, the Mac and the diff. Right, okay. There is a second entry short on the, well, it might not form. Same here. I just don't know. Let's see how this forms. Okay.
Order filled.
Don't stress if you hear something. Anyone here working with MZ pack? Not me, mate. In all fairness, I don't know what it is. So anybody else know about that? The MZ pack? Okay, strong move up. So maybe this is sort of bottoming. We've had this break and a bunch of legs. Let's see if I can't establish exactly what's gone on here. Maybe it is that we've had a break, a few pushes down to a new low. I'm just not massively convinced. I don't know. I think the safest option is probably to do something like that. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I don't know whether we're going to continue up or come down from here. I'm not sure if this is a channel. It could come back down. I'm not convinced. I don't like it. I can't seem to get it to fit how I want. So I think the best option is just to forget it. The NQ's a bit clear. We've had a break here, a couple of pushes down to a new low. We've come down in a channel there. Whether there's a break there or not, I'm not overly convinced. So it could still come down. I got no idea, so I'm just sitting tight. I ain't necessarily going along there.
Stop filled.
Don't worry if you heard something there. It's just on this other chart, that's all. It's just a sim. Okay, so little channel break, new high. Still not sure what's going on there. I don't know. The market isn't telling me a great deal. We've had this kind of steep sell-off and then not so steep, and now we're maybe working up. But I don't know at the moment. Just going to have to sit tight. Excuse me. It's hard to say here. If this is a bigger channel, there may be a second entry long there. My only slight concern, it's too far from that EMA for me. Way too far. It's a million miles for me, that. I don't care if it works. I'll only take him close to that EMA. Could sting you, that. Let me have a look if there's any. A little bit. There's a little bit of congestion there. Now that is very tempting. Bars finished naft, which I'm kind of glad. My only slight concern is that's a channel with a break and a new high, and it traction comes short. So I'm going to do the honourable thing and say we've already had a break and a new high, so I'm not necessarily automatically thinking about going long. So I think the better option is to wait for the higher low just in case. Give it a chance to trap me. I'd like to see this get bought to trigger and then come down. If it doesn't come down, I might take a higher low. It has triggered. Now there is a possibility it could be a bigger channel, but if it isn't and we've had a channel and a break, we could get a leg down, trigger in and another leg down. So I'd rather wait for a higher low. If you took that, I absolutely get it, but I'd rather just sit tight just a wee bit. My slight concern is we've got a channel here on the NQ and we've had a break. So there's always a possibility it could come down. Now, we've also had a bigger channel which has had a break and a new low. So it's a bit hard to say what's going on here. Let me just try that again just to see if there is support along there. There is a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4 touches there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, thank you. There's about 10 touches there, so I'm just a little bit cautious about going along here. It's just not telling me a great deal at the moment. So if you'd have taken that trade there, that long there, what would you have got? So a tick above there. So you'd have got 0.75, I think. Hopefully you'd have been out by then. But there is a little bit there, so I'm just a bit easy about this. The NQ is just sideways, so I wouldn't know whether to go long or short on the NQ. It's not giving me anything. It could come down and make a new low from this channel, so I'm just sitting tight. This is looking like it's not short. It might be a bull flag and it may push up. I'm not sure about that because there is a little bit of support along there, so I'm just sitting tight. My wife's just brought an Easter egg in for me. Dairy Milk Freddo Easter egg. Oh, fantastic. I haven't had an Easter egg since last year. Okay, so that is looking pretty bloody bearish, I'd say. Multiple attempts. Do you want to go shorts? 15 ticks. Too big, too rich for my blood, I'm afraid. May trap some shorts. I got no idea where that's going up or down, but I ain't getting involved. Sorry about the noise. I've got an Easter egg on the go here. Okay. On the NQ, this looks like it may be a bit of a bull flag. And there may be a second entry long there. 2 legs down. But I'm just sitting tight because it could trigger and come down here. Too big anyway. If we can get out the top of this, looking like it's going to push up, I may get a higher low. We'll see. Maybe a channel there. So that might not have been bad, actually. Touching there, touching there. Touch, touch, touch. So, leg up, correction. Maybe it's just not that bad. See if it comes back. So, has that just come back to retest that? And we're going to push up some more. Possible. Too big for me. Still inside bar at the moment. Yeah, I'm not risking 14 ticks, tick above, tick below. 16 ticks. 4 points. Not a chance. Okay. If it retests this and gives us a high low, I might have a go. Tempting. Not sure what I'm looking at here. There's a lower high triggered there. Let's just clear this up. There's a lower high there, interesting, which is triggered. Just doesn't seem like it's pushing up strong to me. That's tempting. It's quite a small bar. It's just congested in all fairness. Okay, excuse me for a second. I'm just going to take a quick minute bathroom break. Very tempted here.
Order filled.
It's quite a small risk. Let's go for it. Uh-oh. Don't do that. I'm going to put that behind there. It's a lot of risk, but no, sod it. I'm not going to. Yeah, I am. More risk than I want. It's holding. Come on, push up, you bummer. it's struggling. I think that is the safer bet, or is it? I'm going to give it an extra tick, no more.
Order filled.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. It's a bit weak. Leg. Perhaps I should have put my stop there. I was tempted to. That's quite a fair sized loss, that is. Oh, that's frustrating. Excuse me a sec. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break for a minute. Okay. There's a lot of support above there, I've got to say. So if I'd have put it there, which I was tempted to, I'd have been okay. I should have done, really. I would have been safe there. Yeah, well. And it would have worked. Oh, well. Hidden second entry long, that would have been the safer bet. I did it the other day and it worked. That's frustrating. That would have done exactly what I wanted. Let's have a look. Oh, that's frustrating. If I'd have put it there, I'd have got me 3 points. Oh, well. That was a much stronger bar there. I gave it an extra tick. It is frustrating when it does that.
Order
If
filled.
you've just heard something, it's just this other little strategy thing I'm practicing. Oh, it's frustrating. I was so tempted to put it there. And if I would have done that, trade would have worked. That's frustrating, really. Instead of being 330 down in some of my accounts, I'd have been 300 odd up. It is frustrating. That was a weak position, to be honest with you. That was asking to get stopped down. That was a much better one. $3.25. The other day, Matt was talking about no red bars on that second leg, so we would consider it first entry. About here. Not sure whether that is a shell. I don't really know. There is a possibility we could be just creating range tops here. I'm not a fan of this.
Order filled.
Okay, that measured legs played out. Just wondering whether this is slightly different. Let me have a look. Maybe there's a spike in the channel. Certainly could be. Lag in a leg, we'll see. Could be something the same here. So, small chart, new low. That doesn't seem too bad there. Trouble is, it's so far from the EMA that it is a second entry long. 1, 2, 3. Trouble is, if this it's hard to say whether that's a channel. I'm really unsure about what I'm looking at here. Just bin this a minute. I'd like another attempt, really. Let's call that first. Let's call that. It might work, but I don't. I'm just not a fan of it. I don't know what's going to happen here. It is a second entry long, but it's just choppy. It's just congested, and you could get stung here. Yeah, so if you took that one, it trigger just stopped you out. It's a bastard how it does, I've got to say. Maybe there's a two-tiered channel there, who knows. Maybe a short trap there, trap the shorts. Yeah, I think there's a spike in channel. One leg, two leg, fail breakout there. How big's the bar? See if we can get a higher low here. Looks that way. That's concerning me though. Could be a 2-2 channel there. I don't know. I'm not sure is the answer. Could be a range, could be a fail break out of a range, retesting this and then dropping down. Who knows? I really got no idea what's happening here. We do seem like a bit of a channel, but then we've got a touch and a touch. See what happens here. Just be careful going along just after that, because it could sting you. Frustrating, this market is making people miserable, that's for certain. It's very easy to think about going up. I mean, at the moment, this looked like it could come tearing down. There is a lower high there. Very tempted. I think this market is exhausted. It's made 2 measured legs. Let's have a look. It might not be a bad
Order
option
submitted.
here.
Order submitted.
This looks like it's coming down. I think we may have had a break and multiple attempts to go higher. Drop. Come on. Drop. We might have hit a range top or something here. Come on, drop. Big bearish bar there. I think I'm concentrating so much and going long. The measured moves played out perfectly, so it's a relatively small risk. Need to get below there. Come on, drop. Drop.
Order filled.
That's frustrating.
Order filled.
I'm going to get back in there. This looks like it's trapping. It's worth a go. Come on, drop. Oh, I'm in the shit. I've done something very stupid. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Oh, please drop. Come on, come down. Get me out of this stupid mess. Oh dear. I'm in a mess here. Don't know if there's something bigger there, is there? Maybe. Safest place is there, but God, it's a big risk. Drop. Come on. Drop below there. Come on. Come on. Drop. Come on. Come on. Drop. Drop. I gotta leave it there. I gotta. Come on. Do me a favor.
Order filled.
Did exactly the same last time. God, that's so fucking frustrating. Excuse my French. Oh, dear me. Oh. should have been. That was a bit silly. That was. Trouble is, when you're getting close to payment, you get a bit panicky. At least I got out anyway. Silly boy, silly boy, silly boy. Silly boy. Leg down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. Off. Could do either here. I could have got into a right old mess there. I got an extra tick actually. I was 350 or something like that. What did I lose there? 325, 338. So I managed to get a couple of ticks, one tick out of that. Oh, you silly boy. It's really silly me that was. Really silly. There's a second entry short there. 80 away from payment, range trading. Yeah. I'm confident to say that I could have walked away after 2 losses like that. But I wanted to put it below there, but above there, but that was just too much risk. Where did I get in? I kind of realised that it was coming down instead of breaking and going up. But I was just... So leg down, 2 attempts to go higher. I mean, this could fail and come down, but this is just a mess on here. I was just hoping it was just going to drop there. Yeah, I don't usually. I was just trying to put it below the safest part. Look at this, leg down, 2 attempts to go higher. It would have worked in the end. I can't remember where I got in. It did exactly what I thought it was going to do. Let me have a look. Where did I get in? There, didn't I? There was my entry on the first one from this one, from that bar there. When it triggered above there, see, I got in there. If I'd have just held, put me stop there and just held, it would have worked. And that one would have done as well. God, it's frustrating. Oh, silly boy, Lance, silly boy. Damn it, it's doing exactly what I was hoping it would do. I had to step away while you were out. Just testing out. You go over it really fast. Talking about the strategy, this one over here, I kind of had to walk away from it because I wasn't focusing properly on what I'm doing. I'll show you the video after. Oh, that's frustrating. It did exactly what I wanted, exactly where I wanted it to go. The trouble is when you get close to payment, sometimes you can get a bit silly. Okay, so this is the strategy. I'm watching. You're starting to take these losses a bit too personally. Yeah, I am, yeah. Your entries again a little sloppy. You're close to payment, and after today, you're still close. Yeah, I know. I'm a bit calmer now anyway. So quickly, this strategy, what it basically is, I'll show the video. I just thought I'd try it out on a sim just for a bit of fun. So this is the MACD, by the way, where it opens up and crosses there, you open an entry there, and when it crosses again, you close an entry. Now, obviously, if you'd have done it there, you'd have opened that trade about there. And you'd have closed it about there, and same here. You'd have opened it about you shorted it about there, and got out around about down here. It didn't cross, so you may hold on. So that's the theory behind it. So that one there, I mean, that would have worked out well. You'd have shorted there. And while it stays open, you stay in the trade. And as soon as it crosses over, which is about there, you cancel the trade. So you literally just click the sell button and then click the close button. Yeah, so that's basically it really. And then same again there, but it's just something I just do for a bit of fun, that's all. But I was just watching these guys saying a really sort of shorter, what's it? So we'll see anyway. Yeah, I'll show where was the video? So I thought, oh, I'll have a go for a bit of fun. Let's have a look. I won't find it. Where's my history? That's it there. What's in? That's the guy. That's it. That's it there, basically. I'll drag that over. SMB Capital, they're called. They're just talking about it sometimes when traders are having a bit of a hard time. They put them onto something sort of... But that's basically it, really. Let me just have a look. It shows you where you get in, where you get that cross there, you get in, where it opens up, and that's where you follow the trade. And then when it crosses over again, you just cancel the trade. So it's pretty straightforward. But SMB Capital, it's called very high win rate MACD trading strategy. So I was just browsing the internet last night and let's have a little look what's going on here. So that seems okay. So we've got a channel down here. I knew we were having a channel down here. That to me is not a bigger channel. So I got in there initially when we had that little pull, but that's where I got in and it came down and come back. So I panicked and got out. Then I'm thinking it is coming down. So I got back in. And then it came down and I got out again. So who said gambling? No, I wouldn't call it gambling. I'd just call it getting into a trade and just losing a bit of confidence in it. But that did work. It looked a really perfect trade to take, and it actually worked perfectly for everything I want. But when it came back, because I'm getting close to payment, I'm just getting a bit panicky. So I wouldn't call it gambling. It's different than gambling. It's just getting the nerves when I get in a trade and wanting to, when it comes back on me, you think, have I done the right thing? So it's just doubting yourself, really. But it did what it was supposed to. It's coming down in a nice channel. We had a break and a new low. But when it was coming back, I panicked. I think I had my stop above here in the second trade and panicked, and it worked. I usually give one, yeah. If you look back on some Mac's old video, he says at least one tick. And what I'll say is sometimes it depends. So the other day, this one there, that hidden second entry long, I took that one, which granted was a bit of a weak strategy. That would have been the better one, or, you know, 2 legs back, a pull back to the EMA. If I'd have put my stop below there, it would have worked. So occasionally I'll give it an extra tick. If I think the trade before was stronger, then I may put it back there. So it's a calculated thing. But if you look back on some of Mac's old videos, he had a lot more ticks. And, you know, some traders say you put your ticks too. So it depends. Under certain circumstances, I will. Yeah. But no, not gambling, just more panicking. But then I thought it's coming down again, so I am right, and then I jumped back in. But, you know, on the upside, it didn't cause any more damage. I probably saved myself about $40 on each account, but I just need to take my time a bit. It's when you get close to payment level. So initially I had that like that with the break. So let's assume we've had a break and technically it's played out. We'll see. Let's see what it was like. Okay, I actually prefer that channel on the NQ. Touch, touch, touch. Fits nice along the bottom, so I would call that hidden second entry short, but with the break, although it's not looking too bad on the NQ, there is some distance we could come back from the NQ, so I won't be taking that trade. Even though it may be a bigger channel. Yeah, it kind of fits, doesn't it? But there's no room to the lows, and it's a 14-tick bar. I ain't going down that road. Could come back and sting you there. It's a bit congested, so I'm just sitting tight. I think that channel's a little better. It fits nice on the NQ as well, so I'm just sitting tight on this. Yeah, that strategy. I don't know what it's like. I was just trying it on a sim just for a bit of fun for a week or two. It does seem to be more of a trending strategy, I think. So if just bringing it in again quickly, if you'd have, see when we have that cross there, if you'd have shorted that, which would have been about there somewhere, you'd still be in this trade. It hasn't crossed over yet. It's okay to come back, but if you'd have shorted about there, you'd be in some points there. This is a bit flat, to be honest with you. Same with that one. If you'd have shorted there, it would have been about here. Sorry, gone long there. And you'd have got out probably here somewhere. So I don't know. They say it's a, high probability. You've got to back test these things anyway. So, but that would have been a better one. So it's more of a trending strategy, really, when it's a bit flat like this. But that type of trend there, if you'd have got in there where it crossed over, and you just hold, and you'd have got out probably somewhere around about here, so you could have had a decent winner there. But, you know, these things you got to play around with. In all honesty, it's a bit flat here, so you shouldn't touch this. And same here. But it is a bit of a trend. So sometimes, you know, when we have these big trending days, sometimes, then you get very little setups. I thought I got a spare screen, may just sling it on there and have a look. Play around with it for a month or two on a sim. If I think it might be worthwhile, it might be just being an extra string to my bow. So possibly a second entry short. I would prefer to wait for the lower high. We got a touch. It's hard to say. We do seem to be touching this bigger channel here on the NQ. So I'll just have to say. There is a second entry short there. If it forms, but I just don't know this because there is a possibility that channel might be different, so I'd rather wait for the lower high if I think we're going to get one. I'm going to do things the way the Alpine trader does. He gets to $2,600, takes a $2,000 payment. That account now is paid for itself. It's basically free money. So then he has 600 left and he reduces it to one contract and just lets it run. Just leaves it at one contract and lets it slowly build. It's technically paid for itself. So the pressure's off there for a start. And And then he just adds more. So when he gets his payment, $2,000 in my case, I just add a few more accounts to it and then sort of bill that way. So I had two accounts. One was about $175 in, one was about $275. No, for every account. Every account I get to $2,600, I'll take a payment. I mean, you can do an evaluation and get a count up to $2,600 in 2 months. So if you do 5 or 10 at a time, you can still, have some decent payments, and then you've got those accounts then left at $600 or $700, whatever you hit over 26, to reduce to one contract and just trade them in the background with a trade copier. And if you can manage to build them, great. But they've paid for themselves then. See. I mean, you really, if you're buying an evaluation and $140 account, it's cost you $175, and if you get a $2,000 payment, it's paid for itself 11 times over. You hear so many people blowing, they get it, they manage to build the account, and they blow it at some time when they could have taken a payment. So personally, I prefer to take a payment. At least you've earned something. There's some satisfaction there, and it does concern me about these problems with Rhythmic leaving larger amounts of money, in the account. See if we can get a lower high. I'm just keeping an eye on this. Let me just check. There's some support along that area. Yeah, there is a little bit. So there is a possibility that was like this, and then we had a break. But that also fits perfect touch, and it fits along the backside kind of nice. So we'll see. But we've come a little bit far away here, so I expected a break if it is that. So. Okay, there's a fail second entry short here. I'd like to see that trigger and then come down. No setup. There's some really strong selling coming in on. It's faded off. Just checking there's no range here, because it could. Kind of looks like there might be. So channel break does look like it's coming down to make a new low. It's made a new low on the NQ. Make another leg up, leg down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. Shame there wasn't anything there, really. That would have worked nice. So channel down, break, new low. That's played off. This is a messy day. Yeah, it is a bit, mate. It's quite messy, isn't it? I should have just held me nerve there. If I'd have held me nerve, I'd have been okay there. I'd have got what I needed. That one, I see that all day long, and I always say it's a weak position. But there you go. It happens. Yeah, I mean, talking about the accounts again, getting payments from the account. Alpine Trader is constantly adding new accounts. And he seems to do all right with it. He took my one trade and switched off. Good on you, mate. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I should have left that. In fact, I got in there. I was tempted to put my stop below there, which, to be fair, was the better position. But if I had done that, would have been fine. But, you know, sometimes I will adjust my stop a fraction. Usually, sometimes I'll give it an extra tick. But I think if there was a trade that I missed and went for the higher low, and it seems like a more solid one, I'll take a calculated risk. It has helped me out in the past, but it depends on the circumstances. If you look back on some of Mac's older videos, which one? That one there, did he? Do you know what? I'd have seen Moo take that and thought, why are you taking that? It's a weak position. But I've done exactly the same myself. But we had this leg up, then we had two legs of correction. A lot of the times it does this, comes up, comes back with a nice bullish bar, and then gives us a higher low. And that then, and I see it all the time, is the start of a new channel. I mean, look at that. Leg up, sideways, we got two legs back, nice big push off. We came back and retested this area with a bullish bar, higher low. So many times that rockets off. But yeah, sometimes it just doesn't happen, does it? It does seem a little bit sideways today, so that's probably why. Yeah. After the two-legged correction and the push-up and pull-back, I thought that was going to go. I mean, it's a weak position, really. That bar really needs to be a lot stronger looking, and it would look stronger if the bottom of that body there would be sat on top of that EMA. I'm tempted to switch back to 4 ticks. Yeah, do you know what? I would say 98% of trades work for 2 points and you're doubling your profit. It's a no-brainer for me. If 98 the time, 98 times out of 100, or even 95 times out of 100, if you're doubling your money, makes perfect sense to do that. I tend to just listen to the numbers, and if the numbers say it works, you know, the maths don't lie. I often just use 4 ticks. Trouble is, a lot of times at the moment, I mean, look at that, the ATR's nearly at 2.5. You'd be risking 3 points on average to make a point. You've got to be one hell of a lot of trader to make that work. You really have. 1 point. I mean, if you win 4 trades in a row and lose one, you're in the red, including fees. So you've really got to be trading at 80%, even just to start making profit, really. The trouble is, Mac started that strategy. 1 point was based when you got no more than a maximum of a 2 point risk. It just doesn't work that way at the moment. You know, if that, I mean, for instance, let's take that bar. I think it was a good entry. We pushed down, we made 2 attempts, and it obviously worked. I lost my bottle a bit, but I mean, if you'd have put it 1 tick below there, I mean, look at that. It's a 4.5 point risk. So if you win 5 trades in a row and lose that, you're in the red. No, it's just the ATR is too much nowadays. The bars are bigger, the volatility is a lot more. Yeah. 2 point. It's a no-brainer. You're doubling your profit anytime. So even if it fails once in 3 times, you're still better off. But it really does. I went back when I first started it. I looked at Daniel's chart over the last 2 weeks, and he'd marked 30-something trades, and every single one of them went for at least 2 points. And when I say at least, I mean 2.25 plus, because it's got to tick through. Have you ever tried 1-to-1? I've thought about it, but I mean, if the thing about if you do 1-to-1, you lose 1, you win 1. I think really the starting point is 2 points, but I absolutely get that. I know there are a few traders. I know Trader Strange, another one of the guys from the Facebook group, he goes for 1-to-1. So I don't think it's bad at all, to be honest with you. But the bars are bigger, so your profit has to be. It makes perfect sense. If the bars are getting bigger, you can't keep. If you sell, I don't know, eggs in a shop and your wholesale price goes up, you have to put your retail price up. Otherwise, you're going to lose. So it makes perfect sense. If you make those bars go back so that you have a maximum of 2 point risk, a maximum with a tick above, tick below, then I'd say trade just for 1 point. But you can't be trading for risking 4.5 points to take a point. It's madness, in my opinion. Unless you're one hell of a good trader and you can afford to take runners, but you need multiple contracts before you can take runners. You've got to be really good to afford 1-to-1. Can't take any shit. No, you've got to take good quality setups. I think that was a good bar. We had this push down. There was some long strap. We had a couple of legs up. That's the type of trade that I like. It pushes up, rejects it there, and when it hugs there, and it came down from there. So, that was a weak trade. I should not have took that one. It's getting close to payday, so I just shouldn't have took it. I should have just left it. And then I took that and then lost my bottle and got back in and thinking it is coming down. But it happens. I mean, going back a while ago, I was trading over 90% because I was waiting for good setups, but obviously because of me trying to, I had 2 days a week where I wasn't taking a trade. But I can trade very strict. It's just because I knew I was a trade away, so I ended up being a bit stupid, but it happens. See, if you look at that, we got 1, 2, 3. There's a triple test there. So you could have probably took that one. I just wanted a lower high there, but we made it once, twice, 3 times to get up along there. I wanted, if I'd had a lower high, I'd have held out till the bottoms there. And that would have given me maybe 3 or 4 points. But Yeah, it has been. It's been hard. Yesterday was awful on the NQ. It's just been all over the bloody place. So much chop. So, see if we get 2 legs down here. See if we can get a second entry short here. I mean, there is a possibility that, wow, look at that, went up and then dropped like a flipping stone. Leg and a leg. Let's have a look. Maybe a bigger channel there. Possibly. We've certainly got a channel down here anyway, so. So we've got this leg down. That looks like a correction. I don't think there's any type of a bigger channel there. It's possible. Got a touch there, a couple of touches there, very close there, perfect touches there. So I don't know, maybe there is something larger. It does look like a correction, that, which means we could come down considerably more. It's interesting. We came up to that level and dropped quickly, so maybe we'll do the same. I can't take that anyway. So 1, 2. Maybe we get another push. That might be a triple test. So a leg down, 1 attempt, second attempt. If we can get another attempt to go higher, we fail then. So there's really a first entry. So on the NQ, there's our first leg up. If we can get a second leg up and a second entry short on the NQ and a triple test here, well, triple test stroke second entry short here, that might not be too bad. We got a I mean, there might be a bigger channel there, but we got a channel down here now with a break. So as we've pushed up there, we hit that and rejected quickly. So that's our second attempt to go higher. So we may get a second entry short on the EMA. I'd like that to push up a bit higher. That's perfect. Now let's have another little leg up. Another little candle. Come on. Same again. Quick bit of rejection. Okay, possibly a second entry short on the NQ. Let's have a look. I need this to push up a bit. It doesn't want to be struggling to get up, in all fairness, this is. Yeah, we've got a second entry short on the. To be fair, this is struggling to get up. So I don't think we're going to get a triple test here. This is just going to come down. If this EMA, it's a nice second entry short right off that key entry point. Touch, touch, touch. So for me, this is coming down. Unfortunately, this just looks way more bearish and wouldn't even trigger above before it came down. It looks itching to come down. That's a big bearish bar off there. If we can get a second push up, one push, First leg, second leg, and get a bearish bar up here. 1, 2. I consider that a triple test. Come on, push up. It's just struggling, isn't it? Struggling to get up. Come on. Trigger above that and give us a short. So leg down, 1, 2. If this does push up and give us a bearish bar, I consider that a triple test. Come on. Just going to open a trade just in case.
Order submitted.
I don't like the wick on there, so I'm going to have to leave that one.
Order cancelled.
We need to get a bit higher. I'd like to trigger that bullish bar on the NQ. If we can trigger that bullish bar by a tick or so and then start to come down, we may get something here. Come on, push up. I'm just not a massive fan. I prefer it to push above really and then drop. I just couldn't take that really. It was a bit weak. I prefer it to push above and then close below, and I may have considered it, but it's... I did look at that one. It's way too far from near me. You don't know whether it's going to come back up and sting you. So there's nothing I could do there, unfortunately. Okay, that measured leg looks like it's played out beautifully. You stop going for points. Stop. I'm not sure what you mean, bud. Have you stopped going for points? I'm not sure what you mean, mate. Is there a bigger channel there? That is the key. The reason I ask is we've got this big leg down and then a correction. It is 12 ticks there, bud. I thought your profit target was going to be 3 points. It's set on 3 ticks, mate. 3 points. But obviously I'll adjust it, accordingly if I don't think it excuse me, it's got that much distance to go, then I'll adjust it accordingly. Yeah. It's just written in ticks, that's all. One contract, 12 ticks. Yeah, there's just no entries really there. It's just a bit too sideways. I had my suspicions we were coming out from the leg, but that's it. Yeah, it's not been the best week, has it? It's been a tough week. Not a lot of setups around. Lots of chop, lots of sideways. I suppose it happens from time to time. We're getting close to the lows of the day here as well. I suppose what I can say about that trade there, maybe that. So we've got a new high. It is technically a failure. I like the way it's triggered that. And then come down. Well, it triggered it, came down, came back, and then came down again. But the trouble is it's sideways, so if it continue, you don't know whether if there is a bigger channel, it's going to continue sideways for a bit longer. It could mess around trades like that. Just because it worked doesn't necessarily mean it was a risky trade. It did look like we had sort of 2 legs back, but it just looked a bit weak to me. And the last bar I took weak, I ended up getting stung for. So I've got to be a little bit more sensible. So maybe there's a bigger channel. I don't know. It's always possible. We got a leg down, and maybe something else. We'll see. Probably you can't take that. It's the middle of bloody nowhere. Okay, let's get rid of this a minute. Leg down, see if we can get 2 legs up. This thing doesn't just want to stop coming down, does it? Okay, so regardless of whether we got a bigger, we got a small channel with what looks like a possible hidden second entry short. Need to get, excuse me, a bit higher though. Now, bearing in mind, we are close to the lows here, and we have broken the lows on the NQ, so there is a possibility we could have a break. Yeah, possible overshoot. Yeah, I've got it on my other chart up there. Yeah, certainly possible. Might be better off just assuming we have. Trouble is, we've only really, we're supposed to come, well, you could say a touch and a touch and a touch. That's just landed in Bangkok. Good on you, mate. Too knackered to do anything. Get the message. Lucky devil. How the other half live, eh? Good on you, mate. Good on you. Have a nice holiday, bud. I'm not going to talk to you now. You've made me jealous. So, yeah, possible overshoots. What does it look like on this? Maybe just a bit of a spike in the channel there. Let's have a look. How does it look there? I don't bloody know. Kind of fits okay on the NQ. But I wonder how far it's going to go down before we have a break, especially as we've broken the lows. So yeah, got to be a bit cautious here. Touch, touch, touch. Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes it's better to assume you've had a break that way. Excuse me just for a minute. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, look at that. That's a big ass bar. There seems to be, every time it's getting close to this, it's rejecting. There is a possible second entry short on the what's it. Gets up here and it drops. It's struggling to get up here. There's definitely some selling up here, that's for certain. There's a second entry short on the NQ. I'm not interested in considering it until we get a lower high if we do, because there is possibly an overshoot there. Channel down, 1 2 attempts to go up. Let me just move that out of the way a minute. That's a strong bear bar there, second entry short. There's just nothing I can do here, really. Price action shit in it. It's really sort of difficult, choppy, hard to read, just frustrating. It just looks like it's out to make people miserable. It's hard to do that. It's hard to do. Does look nice on the NQ, yeah. Unfortunately, I've got nothing here. That's a possibility. There, the way it rejected there, but you'd have to buy it down here, wouldn't you? And that's a big bar. I just can't go short there. If we can get another leg up or a failure, and this is looking good, then I may have a go. But at the bottom, at the moment, I just can't do nothing. I feel like it's easy before. Yeah, maybe. Okay, that one's triggered. I'd like to have a pullback and get a lower high, and then we may get something here. We've got a leg up, but I don't know. I mean, you could take that one. It hasn't got stopped out, but the trouble is it's such a big bar. And it could be an overshoot, which means it could trap a few and then shoot off. So there's nothing I could do, unfortunately. We could range a little bit here. I don't think that is a channel. It's only really hit it twice. That is the safer option, I think, and part of the reason I feel like that is because it's a single channel in the NQ as well, but we have had an overshoot. So now we may get a reversal. We could just get a correction in someone. Sometimes it just continues on down, but that nice looking second entry short, and it is quite nice, to be fair, has triggered and had a bit of a pullback. So let's see what happens here. If we can get a bit closer to here and have a failure, then there may be an option. I'd like to get a bullish bar and then trigger above it, but you just got to be so careful. Today starts the payout request window, right? Yeah, it's got to be before the 20th. The 20th is the last day, so 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th. So you've got today, Monday and Tuesday. I mean, if I've got to go at the second payout, the next part, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. There is a very small failure there, but get that stopped out so quick there. It's only 4 ticks. But if it comes, it can come back and get you so easy, that. There you go. There it goes, and we've had a quick rush up on the NQ as well. Now it hasn't, or has it taken that stop out? I think it has. Or has it? Let's have a look. Has it taken that stop? No, I don't think it has it? Did it not work though, or is it? I think. Oh yeah, it has. Just taken. That's the trouble with the NQ. You can't tell. That was really nice. So that makes me think: are we now going to get a reversal? It's hard to tell on the NQ sometimes. It shot straight up and took out that stop. So I'm quite glad I'm not in a short trade here now, because this looks like we're going to push up. Or are we? Are we just finding resistance? But it did shoot up above it and then came back down and closed below the EMA. You could get massacred here. I don't like when it does that. Now, it might go long from here with the overshoot, but I can't even go long here. It's too dangerous to do anything. So maybe on the NQ, there's I hate it when markets like this. Small for, yeah. You think so? 150 for this, yeah. That's why I don't touch it. It does move a bit too quick for me. Hopefully this is just a break, because I think that channel does look okay. Got a touch, and it fits really nice along the bottom. So I think that channel looks okay personally. So hopefully this is just a break, but we have broken the lows of the day there. So I'd like to see a bit of a. I think there's a chance we could make those two legs, because we've been a little bit bearish last few days, or last couple of days. So leg down, bit of a correction, another leg down. I'd like to see a break here. But let's have a look. So that is of an overshoot. We've got a leg and a leg. Very careful here. That's actually just confirmed the channel. Trouble is, if you take that down to there and you go short here, it could sting you. So the safer option would be, it might be there, the safer option would be the lower high. Let's see what happens here. That looks like a break of the channel, leg and a leg. If we can get a lower high, and I think we're coming down here, then lower high might be an option here. So you could have took that one, but to be honest with you, because of the overshoot risk, it's just not worth it. I mean, it worked lovely, but what can you do? It is frustrating when you see that. That's going to collapse that thing, in it. Oh, look at that. I could have done with them points now. Oof. Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. Money's everything, isn't it? That's the trouble. Okay, we've got two legs up and a lower high there. I'd like to see it trap that. The trouble is, by the time it gets down that far, I think this is too far away, to be honest with you. Too far from the, what's it? To attach money psychology. It's near damn impossible, mate, to be honest with you. The only way to do it, really, is to have the risk that low that it has no psychological bearing on you. So let's face it, if all of a sudden you turned over to a, let's say, shrooms, yeah. I've got another mate who looks a bit like that. If you went over to micros all of a sudden and traded one micro, what is it, $5 a point? It's not going to affect you, is it, at all? But the trouble is, it could take you flipping ages to grow an account, and that's the trouble. That's why people, are experimenting with NQ next week. I will try trading max on NQ. Yeah, a lot of people do. I know a Karina who's here occasionally. She trades the 1500 tick chart max strategy. Yeah, so if you'd have taken that bar there, trigger just opted you out. It's a bugger, the market. It really is. It just looks for weak positions and exploits them. So when they say the market's not out to get you, I disagree. It is. It's out to look and stop out weak traders and unfortunately inexperienced traders. So you just have to sort of try and outsmart it, really. I'm wondering now if this looks like a bit of reversal. But destroy, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. So does this all of a sudden look like it's going down or not? So leg down, one attempt higher, second attempt higher. It's got to fail pretty rapidly. Crush your soul. It does, mate, isn't it? It does. You get so. I was a trade off, getting 2 payments, and then I took a loss. My trading has been pretty good the last month, but it just goes to show that psychological side affects you. It gets you into trouble. So I'd like to see a big failure on the NQ. But the trouble is, you could say to me, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, probably a failure. I don't know. We've had a breakout of this, and we've bounced a couple of times off the top end of this this channel. So it's having a good go to push up. We've had a break. We've had one push up set. If we can get a lower high here, a bearish bar on a lower high, then I'd say then there's a good chance that come down, because they have tried to push that up, but they're struggling to do it. So it's hard to say, really. Can't just take a short, really. It's got to be a failure below that EMA. It's just because it could just turn. Look how quick it turns. Oh, too much. Yeah, it is. Does make you wonder whether you're going to be going through these feelings for the rest of your life. Some traders, they have told me that I've spoke to, said it does wear off in the end. When you start making some money consistently, it does become like a normal job. But when you're trying to get it, it's hard, isn't it? Possible failure here. It's hard to say. It could shoot up, it could drop. We are struggling to get out, and that's tempting. Let's see how this finishes.
Order submitted.
There is a second entry short there. We've tried 3 times. This will be my last trade of the day, win or lose. Let's have a look. No, that's not going to happen, is it? I don't think.
Order cancelled.
It's struggling, that is. Oh, dear. So we're going to channel down. We made one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. Pretty bearish bar there, but the trouble is it's a bit rangy now. Can't be short there. So this possibly a triple test. Let's see. We need another attempt. 1, 2. Strong support. Yeah, certainly could be. What I will say is we've got a touch, 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 and a touch. Now there's possibly an overshoot. I like the way we've come up here. We've pushed down and we're getting lower each time. Now that channel looks nice to me. And I think there's a good chance we could. Obviously we got this big leg down, a nice correction, but you can't just come straight down like that. So maybe we'll have a triple test and then down some more. But if we can make a nice looking triple test here and then maybe get a failure here, I might have a go. You know, there's always, it fits pretty nice, doesn't it? And if, you know what I mean? I'd like another attempt. So there is possibility of a bigger channel. I'd like another test of this line though. Oh. Okay, second entry long there, which is triggered. So there's a failure there, which pushed up. Let's call that high or low actually, which is triggered. That looks like it's coming down. see if we can get a triple test. You went long, did you? Yeah. Because of this big downtrend, I just couldn't go long at the moment. I'm not saying it's not going to go long, but we've got a channel there with a break. So far, we've made 2. You could call that 3 attempts to go higher. It could just absolutely tank. Let's skip on the fun. Yeah, agreed. NQ does look like it's about ready to drop, doesn't it? I like the way it's respecting that. See if we can get a little pullback here. Maybe retest the bottoms. Okay, we broke the lows of the day. Damn, we can. That's frustrating to see that, especially as it's respecting their. Trouble is, the only thing there really is that one. They're fairly, but look at the wick on it. You just can't do nothing. You know, I had my suspicions it was going to do that, but that was the only one that was maybe considered. But you can't go short into there. It is frustrating when you see this big move and not a lot in there really. You done, are you? Yeah, you take it easy, Chris. Have a good one, bud. Yeah, Friday already. Unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, it has been very hard, isn't it? I haven't taken many myself. I think 2 trades. Well, tell a lie, I took a few yesterday, but they were a bit iffy, to be fair. But I think I had a day without one. Yeah, it's hard going, isn't it, at the moment? Indy, do you trade like the what's it guy, the Alpine guy? Because he trades something like that, doesn't he? without a stop. He has some sort of, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I know he trades the open somehow without a stop. That was my trade up here. That was one of them. Lucky if I'd have just held on. I've got several funded accounts, but for some reason I managed to quickly mess it all up. Yeah, some of these strategies, they sort of seem quite easy, don't they? And then when you get into the nitty gritty, I mean, money can't be that easy to make, can it? It's not easy to make. And some of you see someone doing it, you think, wow, yeah, he's making a ton of money, let's give it a go. But they still take a lot of time, and it's context as well, isn't it? There's no quick fix. There's no magic bullet, is there, in making money regularly out there? It just comes from hard work and persistence and learning and improving. If there was an easy way of getting money out the regular without any risk, someone would have found it by now. Excuse me. Absolutely. That's all it is, isn't it? Day in, day out. I think people forget really that we concentrate so much on the psychological side, but you actually forget you are improving constantly. Every time you make a cock up, you learn, and it's a very, very fine-tuned skill that takes time to learn. And the trouble is, you tend to think it's a lot quicker than it is, and it is. Like Max says, it's almost like learning a language, but it's like being very fluent in that language. We can all pick up a few words of stuff, and with a bit of hard work, you know what I mean? I think that's the key, isn't it? Once you start to be consistent, yeah, you can just scale up. The only issue is at the moment with this strategy, it's hard to find 3 bloody good trades a week at a push. As you know, I was looking at that trade there. We had that bit of an overshoot. Now, a lot of times, market will correct and continue on down, and it had a perfect correction, and that bar there actually confirmed that, didn't it? And I bet you any money if Mac was doing it, he'd mark that one 100% and look at it go. But the trouble is with the overshoot, what I tend to do, I don't think about the correction. I just stay out of everything until I figure out what it's doing. because sometimes it can do that, and it can trick you, mess around. But you know, one of the things it can do is correct, and then just continue on down. Then. Kind of a nice bearish bar, but we haven't quite pushed far enough down here, or have we? It's not quite comfortably low enough for me, really, to take a trade there. Yeah. I mean, that's too far from the EMA. If that triggers, I bet you £1 to a penny that's going to push back up. So I can't take a trade. He'll end up getting stung. Maybe that is coming down. So we've had a small trend down there. We've had a break and a new low. So I want 2 legs up, really. That's the first one. I want 2 legs up, ideally to here. And then I may have a go. You done, are you? You take it easy, bud. I have to go on Swift indoor cycling. Ride off some of that trading stress. Yeah. I drink scotch, mate. That's what I'm going to do. It's a lot less hard work. Put it that way. No, exercise is good. I go down to the gym and bust out some weights sometimes. Not as often as I used to, but... yeah, just can't do that. We're too close to the lows. 2, it's a big ass bar. I ain't getting involved there. I mean, there's barely a point or so to the bottoms, is there? If you jump in a tick there, tick below there, yeah, there's nothing there really, as I ain't getting in there for a point. Not with that risk, not a chance. Let's have another leg up. It has triggered, and now it's moving up. We want 2 legs up, really. Trouble is, because it hasn't come quite close enough to here, that could mean we have a break. And same on here. Depends how you look at this. I mean, initially I had it like that, something like that, but it's so hard. It's not an easy week. There's nothing obvious. It is hard. That's unless you're Mac and everything's obvious. Okay, so if you took that trade, typically market shoves you in the arse there with a big fat kick up it. It's annoying, it is. Hate this market. Who is Mac? Mac's like sort of our illustrious leader, if you like. A lot of us learned price action from him. He's got a website and he has YouTube videos. He's been putting videos on YouTube for 12 or 13 years, and he teaches price action. He's been trading himself for 20, 27, 28 years, something like that. Priceactiontrainingsystem.com if you need it. Max the big man, yeah. He taught a lot of us here price action. Okay, with that little bit of vacant area there not filled, we've got this. Mind you, it can still come from the overshoot. It's hard to say at the moment, but if we make 2 legs up here and then have something bearish, we'll see. We may get something. It's definitely been a tough week, this has, I've got to say. I haven't really enjoyed it this week. It's just been stressful. What I will show you quickly, I'm just going to drag in this footprint chart that I'm sort of learning to use, and you can see that strong selling area. See where the price is now here. Every time it's been up here, it's strongly sold off. So that's interesting. You can see every time it's up here, it's pushed down. So we're getting into this area now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Are you playing? Are you paying for? No, I'm not. No. I don't know whether I get it with that. I mean, I have got a lifetime license, but I am paying $35 a month at the moment for that. I just thought I'd try it for a couple of months, learn to read it. And a lot of people say it takes your trading to the next level. Whether it's true or not, I got no idea. But I like learning new stuff, and I think it's always good to look at new ideas if it can help you. But you know, there are traders that I know that have said they traded bars for years, and they followed in, a lot of other people, and they said if you're looking at the order flow, it does make their trading better. But I like learning new stuff, so it's a little project of mine just for a couple of months to have a play around with it. But if it helps my decision making, you pay £10 for level 2 data. What does that give you that normal data doesn't, if I can ask you, bud? What does that give you that you don't get at the moment, or that you didn't get before you started paying for that? You get live orders of bids and asks. Okay. So you don't get your data from Rhythmic, is that correct? Only history of what's already happened. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've not heard anybody else. I don't know if anybody else. Does anybody else you pay for level 2 data? How does it improve things? Maybe we're just getting a break here. There is a... Well, I like the way that's holding the price there. We'll see. We'll have to have a look at that. So I can see where people's stops are pending. Okay, interesting. I don't know whether I get it with this, do I? I don't know. With the footprint, I got no idea. Does anybody else get pay for level 2 data, incidentally? Never heard of it. I've heard of level 2 data, but I never really knew what it was, in all honesty. Footprint shows you what's already happened. Level 2 shows you what's going on live. Okay. See, when okay. Yeah, I might do a bit of research, have a chat in some of the Facebook groups. Orders put in and removed, etc. How do you see those? You obviously won't see those on a bar chart, will you? Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah. You think you have it. I was experimenting ways back, trading directly. Price ladder. That didn't work out too well. Yeah, I might have a chat with a few people in the Facebook group over the weekend, see if anybody else uses it and how they get on. Okay, so we've got a break here. Now, whether it's to do with this, now, a lot of times, that's a trade about anything. Okay. So, I kind of like this channel. Now, there is a chance of an overshoot there. We had a correction and it continued down, but now we've had a break. So, because of this and the new low, are we now pushing up or what? I don't know. Okay, so let's have a look here. Let's see if we can get a triple test here or something. I think there's a good chance we could make this other leg down. Maybe get into a bigger channel there. It's hard to say, really. Hard to say. We'll see. We are coming into this strong sell area now. Every time we've got up here, it starts selling off. Anything I'm seeing is level 2 data. Throw out subscriptions for right, I got you. Right new high. Actually, that was a fell break out of a range. I didn't notice that. A leg in the leg. That not been bad. How much is good annual salary in the UK? A good annual salary. I think the average wage in the UK is around about £33,000 a year. The average wage. So maybe you're talking about 40, 42. No. Maybe about 40,000, something like that. $40,000. That's the average wage in the UK. Oh, you think probably 50? Flipping on, not what I live. I think the average salary is about 33. I don't know. Maybe I got it wrong. Well, let's Google it. Let's Google it. Average salary UK 34,900. So I wasn't far off. That's equivalent to an annual. Oh yeah, 672 a week. That's pre-tax salary around about 34,900. So 35 grand basically. Stance on Brexit, getting political here. Oh mate, I went through all that. I've had that many rows over it. I voted for out. Just to keep some of our own sort of rules, make some of our own decisions. I mean, we were out of Brexit with COVID, and there was a lot of talk about if we'd have stood in Brexit, we wouldn't have got those COVID vaccinations to such a high level that we had. Were we still in Brexit? But ultimately, you never know. Who really knows? I mean, at the end of the day, you've got experts telling you we should stay in, experts telling you we should come out. What are the likes of us got? I mean, if the experts can't figure out what the best thing to do, what are the likes of you and me got? So I don't know, looked into some of the reasons for staying and some of the reasons to get out, and it just at the time seemed a bit better. Scotland voted, yeah, you want to get back in, don't you? Dragged into leave. I know. I don't know whether you'll get another referendum to get in at some point. I mean, What's been on about that for a while, hasn't she? What's her name? I can't think now. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows? I know Trump's up for re-election. That surprised the hell out of me with all that stuff, that went on. Wow, I got some wind out there. Last I heard, he was possibly being arrested and investigated and all that. I don't know what's going on there, but I thought he was a bit odd, some of the stuff he came out with, but a lot of people say he did good for the country, so what do I know? You don't know as much over here. Some of the stuff he said, I think, was a little unorthodox, what you wouldn't expect, but, a lot of people say he did a lot for the country, so I don't know. I'm not very political, to be fair. I don't know enough around about it, really, in all fairness. But I know he still has his followers. He's still popular in the US at parts, isn't he? What are we doing here? Are we just attempting to push up? I hate it when it's slow like this. What I will say is on Footprint, there is a lot of selling along a lot here. I suppose it makes sense because every time we come up here, we're going down. So if we can get a triple test here, I mean, it depends how you look at that. We've got a channel there in the way of leg and a leg and a break and a new high. So are we coming down? I don't know. I can see a lot of selling around here, but it doesn't mean it's going to. But I'd like to see a triple test here or a lower high. If we can get a triple test or a lower high, then I'm going to have a go at that. All conservatives down there. Yeah, we are, mate. Yeah. We've got an election this year. I'm not sure when it is, isn't it? I don't know. Isn't it supposed to be before November or what? I don't know. I don't even know how I'm going to vote this year. Sometimes I think it's just good to have a change. I'm not a massive fan of Rusty Balzac, I've got to say. You're in Morshire, only Tory idea for Scotland. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is weird, really, when you think about it, that Joe Public get a vote. We all get a vote. Now, I would say, realistically, that probably 95% of us that vote haven't got a bloody clue anyway about politics. And I'm one of them, in all fairness. So it is weird that you trust sometimes the fate of the country to people who vote, who probably have no idea what they're really, not a great deal about politics. And the way I see it is, you've got half the experts saying this, half the experts. If the experts and the people who've studied politics for years can't come together and agree a good way of doing it, what the likes of us got who aren't experts? So I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know enough about politics. It interests me. So sometimes as I'm getting older, I get a little bit more interested. That's why Trump is up there. People who follow him, very much clueless. Yeah, the trouble is, it's one of those things. Politics is... Now, when I was younger, I used to do discos. I used to work in a couple of nightclubs, and I did a mobile disco for years. And I used to do a lot of weddings, and I used to call them 8 to 80s. And as a DJ, DJing from kids to old people, you can't please everyone. It doesn't matter what you do. You got the young ones saying play pop, play rave, play R&B, whatever, and you got the older ones saying play Frank Sinatra, play. You're pissing somebody off. You're always going to. So that's the thing with politics. You never please everyone. What's good for one person isn't always good for the other. So politics is kind of an impossible. As a prime minister or president, whatever, you got kind of an impossible job. You can't please everybody. It's just one of those things, isn't it? Really, but so much is just political point scoring, isn't it? Tit for tat. I mean, you see him in Parliament and places like that, and it's like a bunch of pissed up young lads arguing. I don't know. You never please everyone. You'll never please everyone. If it was up to me, I'd give the pensioners a lot more money. If it was up to me, I'd give everyone a lot less. I'd give everyone a lot higher tax threshold so they don't pay tax. But the trouble is, because the government have squandered so much money and blown so much money over the year, there's a massive big bloody hole in the budget. I mean, all that stuff that came out, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago, whatever it was, with all the expenses scandal. I mean, the expenses they get are absolutely ridiculous. They were allowed to pay for a second home. Going back 5 years, you could have up to £800 for a blender. Stupid expenses. It was ridiculous, and it's public money they're spending like that. So I don't know if these politicians should be ashamed of themselves, really. It's ridiculous. It's Friday and I'm green. See you later. Yeah, you take it easy, Indy. Yeah, I don't know enough about politics to really to give honest opinions, really. But so we got a leg break and a leg. We do seem to be struggling there. If we can get a lower high. It may interest me. You could say 1, 2, 3 triple test. I don't know. It may just have a bit of a pullback, but it's a bit hard going this week. I found it difficult this week. Price has been absolute crap. Looking back at some of my older charts, we should start the Pat's party. We should do. In fact, what's its party? Farage's old. Well, I say party. They had a defector, didn't they? I forget his name now. But he defected over. What is it? The something party? I don't know what it is. It is crazy, isn't it? The Pat's party. Go Trump. There you go. See, lots of people like Trump. He was certainly unorthodox. There's no two ways about it. I think everyone can agree that. But ultimately, the Reform Party, yeah. But ultimately, does it matter if someone's a little bit weird if they do a good job? Does it really matter? I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I mean, look, he's a wealthy guy, isn't he? He's been brought up wealthy. Now, I think people that have a lot of money sometimes act a bit weird. I think I probably would if I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. So, you know, you got weird people with a lot of money. I mean, look at people like Simon Cowell. I mean, look at the state of him. You know what I mean? He spent all this money on plastic. So when you have money, you're different. There's no two ways about that. You act a bit different. You're going to. So you can't blame people for being a bit weird. Is there a channel up there? Because of this channel, it's because of that overshoot. I don't know what's going on here. What a fill mix into the decks. That'd be good, yeah. Every time someone spends money on expenses, we should all have a little app on our ring that just goes clink. Yeah, order filled. So we know every time the money gets spent. Is this a channel? Are we moving up? I have not a clue. Looking for a retest. I think so. So I think probably the safest option is to just go like that and say we've had a channel up. And we have bounced a bunch of times here. I would consider a lower high, but it would have to look equally good on there. I don't know. I mean, we've had that big push down, didn't we? And then we had that correction. So I think there's a good chance we could come down. I'd like to have seen a few tests of this first. Maybe a triple test. Let's have a look. I wouldn't necessarily call that a test. Maybe you would. Once, twice, three times. I don't know. Trouble is, my weekend's already going to be a little bit stressful. If I had another loser to it, it's probably going to, I'm probably going to get through way too much scotch. I bought a new bottle a couple of days ago. What was it? I forget what it was now. It was a cheaper bottle. I forget. It's one I had before. It's all right, actually. Cast strength, so it's quite strong. See, if you look on the NQ, we got 1, 2, 3. You could call that a triple test. But I like the triple test to be relatively close together. You may even consider that one there on the NQ a triple test, and it worked. You've just got to be so careful here. I mean, really, if you're going to take a lower high, it wants to be below that EMA, just in case you've got it wrong, because at the moment it's hard to tell what it's going to do. Yeah, it is. I mean, if I took a short here, it would just be basically, it would just be a guess, really. Yeah, I think people forget that sometimes. You've got to respect the market, and at the moment, price is staying above the EMA, so technically going short isn't necessarily the best option, is it? Trouble is, if you do get below the EMA, it could absolutely tank. I've got a barbecue bud tomorrow. It was my mum's, well, it would have been. She passed away a little over a year ago. It would have been her birthday tomorrow. So my sister's coming up from Winchester. So we're going round my brother's for a barbecue, the whole family. So we'll probably nip down the cemetery. I picked up some flowers and one of those little waterproof cards. And then we'll get drunk and eat some food, I think, as you do. I don't often go out anymore, really, to be honest with you. I just usually stay in with the wife and that. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah, my sister lives down in Winchester, so she's coming up. She'll be up this evening and going back probably Monday. My brother's an absolute, my brother's an absolute barbecue fanatic. He's got one of these big outdoor buildings with a big open front with a massive screen in there. and a few like them little beer fridges, and he just, yeah, he's mad into his meat and his barbecues. He's got about two or three of these different barbecues. He's got one of these ones that's built in with all brick round it. It's like a rack that you can lower and raise and lower and stuff. So yeah, we'll be going around to his house and eating some free food. Trying the MACD method on a sim today. I think I can at least add to my decision making. Yeah, it's a different one, that, isn't it? I saw it and he explained it. And I thought, well, that's actually simple. I think it probably works well on a trending market, but just for the fun of it, you can just do it on a sim, can't you? Just on a separate screen and just see if it works. If anybody didn't see it, that's the actual chart there. And what you effectively do, this is the MACD. This, I think, was it movement and conversion, diversion, something like that. And what you theoretically, what you effectively do is when the market crosses over and those lines open up, you're short when you're going down, and then when they cross over again, in fact they came close together, so that would probably be the cross. When they cross over, you close the trade. So, I mean, it would have worked there if you'd have opened here, probably here, and you closed up the top. So, you know, just for the hell of it, it's such a quick and easy thing to do, really. It's a very quick. So I thought, well, I'll chuck on a spare screen and just watch it for a month or two and see if it can make any money. And then if I think it's okay, may try on a an evaluation or you know, whatever. Right, there is kind of a lower high there. My slight issue with that's more 2 legs back. I don't like the fact that that's lower, and it could come crashing down, but it may, 2 legs back, it may push up again, so I'm staying out of this. It would be a failure if I got into that. Now, there could be a correction from this bigger channel, and we may get something like that. Now, if we come down a bit and test it again with a failure, then that may interest me, but we could get a second entry long, and it could either push right up, it may test this again, fail second entry long reversal. Well, it would be nice, wouldn't it? That channel, you may say there's a bit of an overshoot, but we had a correction, which we often do instead of a reversal, and then we continued down. At the moment, on the NQ, I don't know whether I like that or not, in all fairness, but we touched there a bit there, but it fits. I don't know what it is, but what I'm thinking at the moment, we had that initial big leg down, then we had a nice correction with a lovely measured move, and down again. Now, we ain't going to get down in that thin channel there, so I expect a bit of a break or a correction before we push down. Now, that's if we do push down. There's no guarantee, but it looks like a pretty bearish day with the exception of that little correction today. So I am thinking it's got more likely to go down. But we need a little bit more clarification than that. So that channel looks okay, I think. We've got to touch. Maybe an overshoot. I'm not massively convinced. If the market's strong, if it sells off, if the market's slowly grinding, sometimes it doesn't get down to the bottom all the time. So we've got a break, we've got a channel with a break and a new high. So if it continues to struggle and we get a failure, I may take it. I don't know yet. I'm quite happy to walk away with this loss today. It is what it is sometimes. I mean, I was a trade away from it. Now I'm 2 trades, so it's not the end of the world. And ultimately, the bit that stops you from being a consistent trader is the ability to walk away on a losing day. So that's what I'll do. And if I can do that, then you would say I'm well on my way to being consistent. But if we can get a trade in, you know, before I finish up, then I will. But it's going to be a good one. So let's zoom in on that. So let's have a look. So we've been up here once. We've been up here. I mean, I wouldn't class that as a push high. You may do. I don't know. I would say they're two pushes to go higher. The trouble is you may go short there, it might trigger and push up again, so there's just nothing to take. And at the moment on the NQ, prices above the EMA. Now obviously that could change and it could drop down dramatically, but you just got to sit and wait through this. Like prices are stuck in this range, maybe, yeah. But the good thing about being stuck in a range, if you do get a failure there's a good chance it's going to come down. So, in fact, actually that range makes more sense, I think. So let's just put that like that. There could be some range. We've got 4 touches there, so that would make sense. So if we can eventually break away from this top, then I'd expect it to go down, which is kind of where I think it's going to go. And I'd like it to go, but you got to be careful. Okay, that bar is triggered below. Now is it going to push up or is it going to come down? Aiming for low the channel. Yeah, it's so hard to know what to do. I mean, if it does push down here, I think there's a fair chance we're going to get down to these areas. But man, if I can get 2 or 3 points from there, I'll be more than happy. So that's interesting. So if you did decide to take any short there, this looks like it's triggered that one. It's pushing up. So is this another test or what? So I think it's fair we get rid of that now. That's always a possibility. There may be a bigger channel. There quite possibly is. In which case we've had a break and we may try and make a new high. I'm not sure about that. It might be. We'll see. But if we've come off in a channel, we could absolutely push higher now. I mean, we've broken the lows of the day. So it's hard to say at the moment, really, but we need strong rejection off here, really. And if we do, 1, 2, 3, I consider this as triple test. If we can get some strong rejection off here, then we may have a go. We'll see. Your midline is at the bottom of my range. You got your range here. I put it down there because we got 1, 2, 3, 4 touches. Let's have a look. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's put that like that. Possibly a second entry short off the top there. We've broken above there on the NQ and we're coming down. So we had that channel, we had a break and a new high. Now I'm looking for a lower high. If we can get a lower high, there's a higher low there, quite a strong bull bar. So we've had a break, sort of 2 legs and quite a strong bull bar after this channel, which is triggered. Now, if we can get a lower high, and I think it's going to push past here, then I may take that. But I'm not getting involved here because it could make you miserable, and I'm already miserable enough. Yeah, so I don't know. We've got 4 touches here, so it could be bottoming, or it may be just setting down some foundations for the bottom of a range. Or this could absolutely rock it off. What I will say is it's been a pretty bearish day, but you never know when things are going to change. I like the way that's closed there. Same principle there. We've got this channel with a break and a strong bullish bar, but would you want to go long into that? I personally wouldn't. So that may come down and stop that out. If it does, we've actually made a new high there. If it does take that out, then we may come down to the bottom of what may be a range. I don't know yet. It's hard to say. You could class it as a triple test. We've tried to go higher once, tried to go higher a second time, tried to go higher a third time. So I'd like that to go a little bit higher and get some strong rejection. If it closes above there, see, it's hard to say. If it finishes bearish, we may have a chance. I don't know. Okay, let's see if we get any selling up here now. Now let's get some rejection here. Come on. See, there is that possible overshoot with the correction and a new low, so it could move off in this direction. Let's put that there. And just keep that in mind that that may happen. Come on. 1, 2, 3, triple test. We've got this leg down. 1, 2, 3. I mean, that is 2 legs back and a higher low, isn't it? Quite a strong looking higher low, but it's going into that, which I wouldn't personally do. Trouble is, we've also got a leg up. We could have 1 leg back and a second leg back before it goes up. So that's another concern. But this is a triple test. We need a strong push below that EMA. And then a lower high. I'd still be careful shorting though. I mean, it looks nice on the NQ. We're below that bearish bar now, so it needs to be strong. There's probably going to be some stops there, but I need it to look strong here. We have way different bars now. Oh, do we really? You're reloading, are you? Yeah. See if we can get a low high. My concern is, though, we got 1 channel up. We got 1, 2 attempts to go lower. It could push up. Could just be 2 legs back before we push up. So same again. We've got to be careful. That could just turn and push up. Let's reload mine. See if it makes any difference. Plenty different. Yeah, that is a bit different, isn't it? Same now. Excellent. Hate the way it's stagnant. So we got that leg down, the push up, one attempt break. No, I don't know. My bars seem to be stuck. It's been stuck on 59, that is. That's better. In all fairness, I think that was probably the best place to short if you were going to. I don't think we're going to get a higher low here. This looks like it's paused to just drop. So I think that was probably your option there, but after that, you just don't know. I wouldn't want to go long into that anyway. You consider that doji, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was a bad call actually. Once, twice, three times. Especially as it trapped that bull bar there. Oh, flipping hell, this is just going to come tumbling down, isn't it? It is frustrating. Trouble is, you jump in there, it'll stitch you up. Excuse me a sec. Let's have a look. See if we can get a pullback. Trouble is, there is such a lot of resistance there. That's the problem. See, this could be two legs, and then off we go again. It's always possible. It's so hard. We might be expecting a low. I'd like to see that bar trigger there. Push, there we go. You're getting the itch. Yeah, it's easy done. You just got to be kind of careful. One, two, three. Trouble is, so looking at the after this break, we got 1, 2, 3. This is definitely a triple test, I would have said. Let's see how this finishes. See if we get some rejection. We might not. It might just flipping rack up. So are we now pushing up? I think we may be. That does look like a bit of a leg up with a bit of a correction. Trouble is, when you see something like this, you're so convinced that it's going short, and I've done it myself. There is an overshoot there, so you've got to take that into consideration, I think. Overshoots, correction, new low, and now we're pushing up. Are we? Who knows? May not get a bigger may not be a bigger channel, maybe working on 2 measured legs. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it could be something like that with a breaking a new high. So hard to say. Yeah, it is. Coming up 6 o'clock in the UK. Now, is this a triple test here that's forming? I'm not so sure. It's gone a bit too far for me. I prefer it to come back and close below here before I consider that. Yeah, definitely. So there is a possibility it is. The reason I say that is because it kind of fits nice here. So it's a possibility. So if it is leg up, 2 legs of correction, another leg up, I'd like it to come down here a little bit. So that's a possibility. Trouble is, sometimes when we see these and we think it's going to make a new low and it continues up and eventually it does. So sometimes it may just be a couple of legs up to make an attempt to go and then it may come down. You just don't know. That's what makes price action hard lately. I mean, look at this. We had this leg down and you think now it's going up. As soon as it got up to 2 measured legs, it dropped like a flipping stone. So, well, slight exaggeration, but you know what I mean. We had that big drop down with a break. So, I mean, it could still come down. We may still get this measured leg. Excuse me a sec. Wife's just come in and said, "You okay?" And I went, "Yeah, fine." She went, "Are you sure?" I went, "Yeah, I'm down a tray." She went, "Don't fuck it up." That's the supportive words of a wife you need at this time of day. What's for dinner? Yeah. My daughter came up 5 minutes before that and asked. Because I'm an ex-chef. I tend to do all the cooking. Yeah, same here, mate. How are you going to be, Dad? I'm hungry. We're starting to get a little bit of move now. So what is it? The end of the day? Is it 2 o'clock? What is it, after lunch or that last hour push or what? I don't know. So maybe a couple of legs up. Leg down. Could be 2 legs up and followed by some more. Could be very similar to this. You're never going to know. The trouble is. Let's have a look here. Let's get rid of that. I don't think necessary it is. It's just leg up, two legs with two legs back a correction. So we've had a leg up with a break new high, so that's played out. Yeah, no worries, bud. Yeah, certainly because I'm desperate to get my money back. It's not because I'm thinking of you, Thomas. No, you're welcome, mate. You're welcome, bud. You have a good weekend, mate. There is a higher low there. I'm just not sure at the moment. Let me have a look at this. Leg could sting you, could come down. It may rock it up. I don't bloody know. It's just risky. Leg, could get another leg down here, so I'm not taking anything just yet. 10 more minutes and I'm done, I think. Not sure about that. Could be 2 legs. Be looking for a higher low. Possible second entry long. We've bounced off there. See how it finishes. Could do anything here. Could rock it up. Could drop down like a flipping stone. It's hard to say. I would suggest it's probably safer to say we've had a break and a new low. Okay, leg in the legs, like a hidden second entry long that. See if we can get a higher low above this. It's just not pushing up strong, really, is it? Just wondering if there really is a channel, or am I just sort of, is that just a leg up? 2 legs of correction and a new high? 2 legs to a new high and then it's down, is it?
Order filled.
I got in before it closed. This is it. I'm out after this. Risky trade. I don't know. I don't think there's a channel up. That's triggered. Let's give it an extra tick. This is a silly trade. Very silly trade. This is how accounts are lost. Ah, you absolute muppet. Oh, I took a stupid trade. I should have just quit. Oh, you idiot. Yeah, this is it. After this, I'm out. Ah, you idiot. Oh, I just couldn't keep me patience. It's going to eat me up, this. Oh, you muppet. You absolute idiot. Oh, Lancey boy, what are you doing? Oh, dear. This is it. If this is done, I'm walking away. One extra tick above there. It's a 450 loss, 550, 650, 750. Nearly an $800 loss for the day. Ah, you idiot. Oh, Lance, why? Why? Why?
Order filled.
Absolute moron. Ah, you absolute idiot. You idiot. Oh, you idiot.
Order
Now I'm full
filled.
on revenge trading. Ah, you idiot. This is it. After this, I am walking away. This is going to be such a big loss. Oh, you idiot. The only reason I've done it is it looks like I've been trapped to the short side, so this is it. I'm leaving it there. That's my best option. After that, I'm walking away. Ah, you stupid idiot. You idiot, you idiot. Ah, you idiot. Oh, no. Oh, you idiot. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, you idiot. Mm. You idiot. We are holding on this, I will say that. Come on, just give us a little push. Oh, really? So what's this going to make me? $250 plus $8,000 down. Fucking hell. That's like fucking 5 trades. Just hoping we get up close to this measured leg. Come on, help me out here.
Order filled.
Oh, you fucking idiot. Oh, excuse my language, guys. Oh, man. Oh, should have just walked away. Oh, no. Yeah, I know, mate. I know. Okay, I'm walking away, folks. Okay, I appreciate all your comments. Have a great weekend, guys. And I'll be back same time on Monday. Bye for now.